Sorry I'm late. Yeah, I posted in the Discord, but yeah, there was some problems with my internet. Um, so I couldn't start because it was very likely just gonna DC me like immediately. So, cause my dad was talking to the ISP, and then they just like randomly restart everything, and then like whatever. They were doing random nonsense, but the random nonsense is gone now. So, uh, I can play Ace Attorney. Stream won't randomly cut out now. I hope. I hope so. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. We should be all set. But yeah, we're starting a new case. Let me close the twitter.com website. We don't need that one. Uh, Let me bring up the video game. I have a third monitor now. So now OBS is free. I'll slide over here. I feel like this corner is better for this game. I don't know if this corner is better or not, but I like this one. So I'll be over here now. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a good day so far. Yep. I guess I could have made the stream title investigation B1. I didn't check it beforehand, so of course, because of course I didn't. But yeah, so let's get this started, because I started late, so I still have a time limit. I think I'm reading. Cutscene. Twisted Karma and his last bow. It was indeed a most bizarre incident born of a curious
Pipe
advertisement.
in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson.
Oh.
So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Let's go! I'm so excited. I think this is finally gonna... 8 days after that earth-shattering trial, and Cosma regaining his memory. We're in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. The 1st of November, 10:24 a.m. Grand Waterloo Hotel foyer. Professor Mikotaba is due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew that he was actually the mass murderer? The professor, you mean? I knew that that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Cosma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right. But for some reason, he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. And that probably means he knows then. About Cosmas showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. Ah, there she is. Wait, who are you? Oh, wait. Oh, it's the judge. Sorry, I was like looking at the guy on the left. I like didn't. Oh, father. I assumed it was him. Did I get his voice right? It's close enough to whatever it was last time. We'll go for it.
Hello, Susato. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted that you've arrived safe and sound.
Hello, Mr. Naruto. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here.
Oh no, not at all. It's my pleasure. Do we give the judge an actual voice? He didn't have one before. So no. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know? The news has crossed the seas. It has. I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain. I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man? And why do I feel as though I've seen him before? It's Judge Jigoku Ryunosuke. I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me.
In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? A firm tap should do it.
Yes. A firm tap? What? Did he bring his gavel? Here we go, then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruto, guilty. Oh! You're... Of course he has his gavel. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruto. Your Excellency. Hello, Judge Jigoku. How are you? It's been a long time. Ha 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 ha. Good, you've remembered now. That really did the trick. Guilty. Ha 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 ha. Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time. So, London again, after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back.
Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. No, really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro?
What are you talking about, Eugene? Ha 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 ha. Of course, Judge Jigoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar.
Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you?
Ah, I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. Ministerial status?
Yes, didn't you know? Seishiro here is Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Cosmo's place here on this study tour.
Guilty as charged. Ha 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 ha. He's certainly in good spirits. Wait, so he's a judge and the Minister of Foreign Affairs? That's kind of crazy, to be honest. Like, those are two major responsibilities to be in charge of. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks.
Ah, yes, now, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday.
Oh, you did?
It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved in 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago now. That tragedy.
Yes. Could you tell us any more about it? Excuse me. So, how was the voyage here?
Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards.
But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago.
No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience.
Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris?
We did, yes. Though only for one night. And yesterday evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover.
Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father.
It's thanks to Sessulo here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited. And I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default.
Speak for yourself, Eugene. You are very close friends with the professor of forensic science at a major hospital.
Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really.
No. There's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Yeah. 違う。ちょっと違う。ね、yeah, 違う。Cosmo's father, I suppose? No, probably Dr. Wilson. Cosmo's father is from Japan, so... The professor. The killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy. Was actually Cosmo's father, wasn't he? That is correct. Genshin Asogi. Genshin. You knew, I presume, Father.
Yes, he was a close friend at the time.
Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts.
It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland.
But what about Cosmo? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No. No. Of course not. He was told his father passed away from sickness.
However, I suspect he may have had his doubts.
Oh, why?
As you know, I tried to guide Cosmo growing up, as if he were my own son. Then one day he came to my office at the university and said,
I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death?
I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him.
Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually.
Oh, what?
Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Cosmo's since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Von Zeeks.
What?
What? That's news to us. So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then? As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father?
In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished.
We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail.
But he's still alive. And here in London, you say. I never dared to even dream it.
Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now. Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia. What? Amnesia? When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were.
I see.
He only regained his memory 8 days ago. This is unbelievable.
Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently.
Wonder how Cosmo's been these past few days? Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? Excuse me. That began your time in Great Britain. That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory. Really. It was Eugene here, Genshin Sogi, and myself were the original three. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Excuse me. I think I'm pushing the voice just a little bit too quickly. It's fine. Just give me a second. But yeah, I think it's crazy that Cosmo's alive. It's actually insane. And, based on everything that's being pointed to here, I'm so excited. It's potentially this case, or it'll be like the next one. But the thing is, like, I don't know how many cases are in the game, so like, I guess I could look. I could actually look. Hold on, I can prove this. How many cases are in this video game? Okay, yeah, it looks like... I don't know. I don't know. Depends on how it's divided, but yeah, basically there's a chance that through this case or through the next one, we're actually going to get to deal with, like, Moriarty, effectively, from the Sherlock Holmes stories. Which, oh, I'm so excited for that. That's so exciting. Like, actually, genuinely. We'll get to figure, like, I can explain some of the pieces that I've put together so far. Basically, the criminal that we're looking at here, is the person who is behind, like, basically the true Reaper. Because Lord Von Zeeks is not really the Reaper. He's not going around killing people. Someone else is. And they're doing it by getting other people to commit the crimes. And I'm so excited. Because if we get any kind of a cat and mouse to deal with whoever that figure would be, it'll be so fun. It'll be so fun. Okay, I think I'm all set to continue now.
Ocean voyages were not what they are today. I can tell you.
16 years ago, things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time. You know, young lady. Yes, grandmother told me. He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan.
Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground.
What? You can't just name drop the location of exactly where the professor was buried? No more talk of graves. Very often, there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work.
So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons.
Not my cup of tea at all.
Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Caden was his name. He was a good man.
Yes. But then, of course, in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders.
I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years.
I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but
You went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you?
well, suffice to say that after that trial, we were sent back to Japan.
There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. Well, if you'll excuse us now.
Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Susato-san's gone off at a run.
I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow.
Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Ganbatte, Mikotoba-sensei.
Naruhodo. I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been.
Oh no. I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me.
Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father for her. I've thoroughly let her down.
Sorry, what do you mean?
Well, it was 16 years ago now. I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born.
Yes, I heard.
The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too.
Oh, yes. Susato-san hinted at something like that. Ow. Flashback. It was rather a turbulent time at home.
Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain.
I was too worried about you to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London.
So, that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say.
I completely understand, Professor.
Ah, one other thing, Naruto. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you.
Really, of course. What can I do for you?
Well, the thing is I
am sorry that I took so long. Mr. Sato. Now then, allow us to take your bags.
Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, porter. Of course, sir. That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Quite, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think, given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Ah, yes, of course.
Yay! Leonosuke is so nervous. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruto. It's really made Father very happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Mikotobo is about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea awaiting for us. Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Cosmo, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. New location's been added. Do we stop by Sholmes' suite first? I feel like that might be better. Let's see Iris before Lord Strongheart, or else he's gonna make us wait 7 hours. And then he's gonna be 7 hours late to something. That was crazy though. Like, I thought that was so funny. When it's like Lord Strongheart's super obsessed with time, and then he's just like... he's just like, well, I gotta make it to my next engagement. I'm 12 hours and 45 minutes late. It's just like, what? What? How did you delay the meeting for 12 hours? Such a terrible thing to do. Such respect. It's okay. He's the Lord Chief Justice. He can get away with it. Let's head over to Sholmes. It's sweet. Cosmo's mask. The 1st of November. Sholmes is sweet. Huh? How would I even attempt to read this line? I genuinely don't know. What does it, what doesn't, what does that, what does that mean? Like, you, with, umlaut, that's a oh no, that's not an umlaut, that's just like a mark on top. I'm dumb. Uh, 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 I, I don't know about that one. We're gonna skip that one. What was that? That's what I want to know. A man screaming in a most unflattering way. Do you think... Could it have been Mr. Sholmes? Oh my. I do hope not. Oh god. Okay. We need a voice for this character. あの何をしよう。I think we'll give this one a higher pitched voice. I don't do it anymore.
Mon ami, mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display.
Who are these people? Look at their hair. It's bright red. I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. Right, you two. You're coming with me now down the clink. No, not in prison. It is dark and damp, and I don't like it. I have no clue what I'm doing.
Buff, the darkness is my friend. I am not scared.
But you are always scared of the dark.
Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist.
I don't like this. I don't like it. Sorry. I don't know what to do for this character's voice. Well, tough. We'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving. Sorry, that was loud. Bye then, Ginny. Have fun. Oh yeah. Thanks, Iris. And thanks, you're great detective. Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Bruno. Hello, Iris. We're home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well, that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. I'm sorry, Iris. Yes, of course. Dr. John H. Wilson.
So, Iris, all that remains now is that greatest of problems known to man. But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order. Don't you? My dear fellows. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto? Do I have a crumb or such like on my face?
Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I've brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. Whatever is going on here today?
In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today.
So, ですか? 誰? Mr. Sholmes, you were the two gentlemen that were here before?
Oh, just a pair of petty criminals. Nothing of significance.
I'm sure they'll show up as witnesses.
Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions.
When the mood takes you, all manner of infractions. Sorry, I'm kind of sleepy.
But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out.
Oh my. You were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes.
But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally.
You should have asked Gregsley to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party.
I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man who is constantly in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's word for it, I'm sure. Aha! I have it. A bungler. That's the word.
It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So, those redheads have been up to no good. I wonder what the men did. The greatest problem. What was that about the greatest problems? Greatest of problems known to man you mentioned before? Excuse me. Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes.
How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance?
Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes that lived in the treetops. Wait, what? We were apes? Sorry. Oh, sorry, brushing my hair out of the way. Destroys the tracking. Ah.
Indeed. And from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man.
Our lot. What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes?
Why, is it not obvious, my dear madam? The problem of rent.
Huh. But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tuspel's only the other day?
Pshaw, a large sum?
A new motor car.
One potted herb for Iris, and a new motor car for me later. And all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you.
Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it.
Yes, well. Anyway, 2 days ago. I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month at least.
And what was the answer?
Why, there is a substantial clue before your very eyes.
Don't tell me. Let me see. So sleepy.
Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. Don't let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There is one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think.
In the end, it's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation. Susato, no! My pride! I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruto. Sorry, my ear is like being plugged up a little. I don't know. Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this drought goes on for much longer. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Let me fix my headphones. Just over a week ago now, you said to us... Okay. My hair is more out of the way now. Now I need posture check. Stretch. Okay. My posture was trolling. It's not trolling now. Don't worry.
I will now telling you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that.
That case aboard the SS Burya in January. Cosmo wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on?
The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril.
Sorry.
Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know.
Sorry, my hearing is... What is happening? How do I fix this?
It was a simple enough task to silence the crew.
But how? Blackmail?
After they'd carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse.
Oh, how horrible.
It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course.
But why? Why do it in the first place?
I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee the subsequent events.
What events?
His disappearance in Hong Kong.
Oh,
I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment.
Mr. Sholmes. Oh, do we have to inspect his hair? Okay, so... Sorry, if I don't try to do something about my ear, this is going to be quite bad. So, you're gonna have to give me a minute to see if I can do something about this. Sorry, I don't get it. So, let me be right back. Hello. I have returned. I don't know. I took some allergy medicine. Hopefully that will help. But otherwise I might have a difficult time pressing the voices for a tiny bit, so we might have to kinda wait for that to kick in, but I'll try my best. I'll do my best. Okay. The mask Cosimo wore when he was assigned to Lord Von Zieks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sorta picked it up. We ought to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me, coldly, to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? Okay, Sholmes. How do I progress this? I guess let's look at the paper. This looks like last week's edition. Oh, what's that article circled in red ink there? It's in an advertisement column. It says, "To the Red-Headed League." The Red-Headed League? What's that? I don't know. I've never heard of it before.
Is something on my face?
Clearly this has something to do with that. Lively hair. Red-Haired League article has been entered into the court record. I see, so this is what we're supposed to do. Alright, what do we got? What? To the Red-Headed League, on account of the bequest of the late Ezekiel Hopkins of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, United States of America, or USA, there is now another vacancy open, which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind, above the age of 21 years, are eligible. Apply in person on the morning of the 31st at the large park on Lime Street. That's a scam, right? That's definitely a scam. I don't know what's gonna happen, but something... This is going to be weird. Let me move this out of the way. So I want to read the other things. Public health report. Despite the condition of the City of London itself of late, it has been a positive year so far in public health. There have been fewer cases of consumption reported when compared to this time last year, and smallpox is at an all-time low. Thanks to the vaccinations offered at the smallpox and fever hospitals throughout various parts of London, doctors warn that there appears to be the beginning of yet another cholera epidemic on the horizon, although the cause of such outbreaks remains unclear. Public is strongly advised to drink only water which has been previously boiled. Oh, this is an article about germ theory. This article is... This is a scam. Is this cover for... Like, is this whole thing cover for someone to murder? Because, like... yeah. It looks as though someone has... As though someone circled an advertisement. In this paper, Mr. Sholmes.
To the Red-Headed League. Does that strike you in some way?
I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair.
So, at last you've learnt to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry.
In the first instance, and quite indispensable, observation.
Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut.
So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits.
Regale or boast? Boast. So what is the Red-Headed League? Which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you circled.
You've noticed it in the paper then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment.
It was. How?
According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair.
That doesn't entirely surprise me. But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. Oh my. £4 a week. But why? What are they paying people for?
That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement.
But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. So will I. Just on the off chance. That might be stretching a point, I think. I think perhaps. The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see. Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can.
But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away.
It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes. So you decided to try to join in his place?
Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow?
No.
So why? Why did it have to go wrong?
What on earth happened?
A blunder, Mr. Naruto. Though it pains me to admit it.
You're a celebrity. Everyone knows your hair color. What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes?
I'm glad you asked, Miss Susato. What you see on top of my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight by the wonders of chemistry.
Chemistry.
I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. And in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair a flame like red. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your head, on your body, perfectly crimson.
I think I'll pass. But, Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it?
Amateurs are always hampered by such fears.
Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say...
But of course.
Sorry, I'm trying to open a piece of candy if you can hear the plastic. I'm struggling. I shouldn't be having that rough of a time with this.
To earn £4 a week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger.
That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely. I got the candy open! Victory! It was a hard-fought battle. But we have done it. I have obtained candy. So, anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street, where the Red-Headed League were interviewing prospective new members. So what went wrong?
The whole park was chalked with red-headed folk like a coaster's orange barrel. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" So naturally I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." After which I could do little else but to turn and leave. Then this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police.
Oh dear. What a disaster. For Hurley and those two redheads. Were they innocent? Mr. Sholmes, you mentioned before that you were expecting a guest today.
Indeed, Miss Susato. That is correct.
Not another one of those red-headed gentlemen that were here before.
Not at all. They were petty villains. The guest I am expecting is a client.
Oh,
A young gentlewoman who wishes to appoint the services of this great detective, no less.
what? Oh, how wonderful, Mr. Sholmes.
You must stay and observe the fashion in which a great detective receives his customers.
Must we?
I have you in my clutches now, Rent. Just as I have you in my clutches, Redheads. Bah ha 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 ha.
That hearty laugh is masking rather sinister thoughts, I feel. You know, the lady isn't due for another hour yet. Don't feel as though you must wait around if you have other things to do. Ooh, I'm wondering if we'll get a mirror of that one case. The 1st of November. British Supreme Court Lord Chief Justice's office. Von Zeeks. Okay.
Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original figures. Your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord.
Sorry, Von Zeke's voice is tricky. What's Lord Von Zeke's doing here? My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air. Wouldn't you say? This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension.
My apologies. I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me.
Oh, no. It's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white, from head to toe whenever you come here.
Now then, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hi, emo kid. Yes, my lord. I'm right here. Kill me now.
Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you.
Oh, no. Not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such a perfect temperature.
If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise.
Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly.
As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today. I hear, madam.
Oh, yes. That's quite right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited.
I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting in your capable hands, then, Lord Von Zeeks. I will attend the matter at once.
He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he? I know, but I haven't done anything. Have I? Have I done something?
These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in a spectacular fashion.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Mr. Naruhodo! He's talking about Dr. Seed. Oh, of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I just,
Fear not. You've done nothing wrong. Dr. Seeth's own wrongdoing precipitated this situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further.
That'd be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me.
Lord Von Zeeks is doing an admirable job of holding down the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday.
Oh, missing. What's become of Cosmo-sama now?
Not long ago now, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million.
30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? As a comparison, Mr. Naruto, the population of the imperial capital of Tokyo is 2 million.
I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries.
Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations.
The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques. And cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here, at the heart of our great British Empire, in order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World.
He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruto.
I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago. Experimentally to start with. With Dr. Seath at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department.
And can you not do that now?
Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep this story out of the papers. $6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say.
Unintended repercussions of our trial. We simply could not have overlooked what had happened, though.
Of course not. We should be all grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it will not alter them. Nothing will stand in my way.
Ba, ba, ba. About Lord Von Zeke's apprentice.
Yes. That came as a surprise to me. I must say that you and he are old friends.
How did he become an apprentice to Lord Von Zeke's in the first place?
It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel.
Oh my. So he stowed away to get here.
He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact that he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Von Zeke's. That way I could keep an eye on him.
But then, why the mask?
I didn't want to burden Lord Von Zeke's with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice.
Because it'd be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask?
He's proving to be a great help to Lord Von Zeke's. I have high hopes for his future.
By the way, do you know where he's gone?
No idea. But I believe he's left London for the time being.
Oh.
I take it you also did not know that the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals. I mean,
Genshin no Soki. Ba-bong. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was.
ah, yes. Genshin Soki. The professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain.
They were such awful murders. And unprecedented. using a ferocious dog as the murder weapon.
And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government.
Sorry, Lord Strongheart's been talking for so long I can't keep his voice.
So, the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London.
The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time. I understand.
Correct. However,
Sorry, crunch.
it has to be noted, that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause.
What? Supporters of a mass murderer?
The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole.
Yay!
Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed. Anyway.
Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey. Susato was making the connection for me! But yeah, no, I would have gotten that. I definitely saw the similarities. Yeah, he's got nothing to say to that. Doorbell noises. Sorry, I gotta crunch more candy. I can't help it. Must consume candy.
Aha! Here is my guest now. My latest client. With money to spend.
Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley.
Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulated. Save locating a runaway, of course.
Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh dear. I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact. Especially just before the rent is due. Yeah, the quote from the quote from Sholmes earlier is the greatest problem known to man is rent. That's what we're looking at here. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Please. Oh, please. Please find my husband. He's run away. Of course.
To upset me.
I beg your pardon.
Never mind. A personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruto?
I didn't say a word.
Come, my dear madam. Be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please.
Of course. What's the matter, Miss Tsusato? Oh. It's just that gentlewoman. I'm sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently. Yeah, she was a juror, actually. Now you come to mention it. As I've explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure.
Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madam. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence.
I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, though. For contingent reasons. I trust you will remember your words also.
If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be... Oh, me. what I mean to say? What I am about to tell you, I'd like to communicate in the strictest confidence. You understand?
Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me.
Ah, I see.
I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He is hard of hearing.
Why'd I ever get my hopes up? Bunk. Sorry, when I look that way, it starts to lose the tracking. Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps? Oh my.
Pshaw, my dear fellow. What is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion.
Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Ah, I knew I recognized her. I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer. Being hard of hearing, I mean. Pardon? That's not gonna help your case, Ryunosuke. Sorry, finishing my candy. Real professional out here. Oh dear. I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery. Really. Nothing more. Now look what you started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. Excuse me.
I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner.
Yes.
Tell us about your husband, madam.
Mr. Vigil, my daily is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here.
An entirely unremarkable gentleman. By appearance, at least. How long have you been married?
Excuse me. It will be 15 years in this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably.
As it would appear. I need only look at you to know these things.
Oh gosh.
Your dress is the latest style. Your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared. Correct?
That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me.
Which would point to one possibility. Point to the possibility that he has been embroiled in some incident or other.
Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened. Mr. Sholmes, I am quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will?
What exactly is your husband's line of work?
He's a warder at the prison. A guard? It is somewhat unusual. Bum bum.
So, your husband is a prison warder.
That's right. Yeah. Yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder.
Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder. Warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation.
Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out. Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishment? And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to other neighbors.
Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged?
Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes.
Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment.
Of course, it's Barkley.
If I am not mistaken, there is a large cemetery just behind it.
Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery. Oh God. We're back to Barkley. The autopsy lab that Mikotoba studied at was probably at Barkley. Uh Something is incredibly significant about this. No! Lowgate Cemetery. The very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable.
Unbelievable, my dear fellow. And yet undeniable.
Sorry, Mr. Sholmes. I'm afraid you lost me.
Ah, pay no heed, madam. Pay no heed. A private matter.
This can't really be a coincidence, can it? Sorry, I have to send a message really quick. Okay. Your husband's disappearance.
So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance. When did you realize that he was missing?
Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday.
I'm sorry. Yesterday.
That really is recent. Laughably so. The truth is, my husband does, at times, have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him to not return home at night, but this is different. For him to not make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever could have happened?
My dear Mrs. Vigil, please calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police?
Why, naturally. But sadly, they refused to listen to my pleas, as my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home.
In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason as we should not engage my detective powers to track your husband down anyways.
Oh, Thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision.
He's doing it for the rent. He's doing it for the rent money.
I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it.
You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention. You seek only to put this sweet rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Oh, yeah, we didn't actually get the photograph of him.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Mrs. Vigil.
Oh no. Oh god. Sorry, I just realized her husband's name. I just realized the pun. I just realized the pun in it. Sorry, because his name is, do I have him as listed in people, at least? His name is Daily Vigil, and he's the chief warden. He's the chief prison guard, and his name is Daily Vigil. Why did it take me so long to catch it? It didn't click. I'm sorry, you all have to know. You all have to know now that I realized it. And then, Eve Vigil, probably not like quite the same, but like you could shorten it to Eve Vigil, Evening Vigil. Sorry. Daily Vigil. That must be why I pronounced his name like that. I must have realized the pun subconsciously. Okay.
I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation.
But yeah, Daily Vigil's not a redhead. The lines don't connect. Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir.
Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report. I'm quite sure.
So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes.
Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you'd be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession.
We got it.
Thank you. Now allow me to show you to the door.
I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. You know, I think it every time, Hurley. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two. Are you sure?
I can't be sure, of course. But then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. Hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. If by that time I have successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruto?
Don't look at Don't look at me with those pleading eyes.
Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case?
Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually.
Excellent. And what did you make of it?
Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. Barclay Prison. I mean.
Ah, so you noted that.
Of course. Especially with the mention of Locate Cemetery. Locate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. I'm not breathing enough. Require more oxygen. It's fine. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated. The professor.
And now, a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared. It would seem...
It's all very peculiar.
Indeed, but nothing you can't handle. I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruto.
Sorry?
Run along to the prison and see what you can glean, would you? It's the prison governor you want? No doubt the man is equally worried.
But aren't you gonna go yourself?
Surely, you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair.
But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair?
That was quite a different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you will excuse me, I am rather busy.
Oh, of course you are. Okay. Before we move over to the prison, I'm gonna refill my water. So, be right back. Water. I know, we're taking the game at kinda a leisurely pace today. It's okay. This is just the warm-up. The opener, if you will. But yeah. Be right back. Water is required. Okay, I have returned. Sorry to keep you waiting. But the hydration is important. So it had to be done. Sorry. I'm staring at the other monitor. That's not where we need to look. We need to look at the prison governor's office. Oh God, who's the prison governor of Barclay? This will be interesting. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. The 1st of November, Barclay Prison, governor's office. Oh my gosh. Um, what kind of voice do we give this very large man? He takes up the whole screen. What do I do? um, mm, I like how that okay. I'm just trying to decide how. Hmm, I don't know if I can do a voice like that. I kind of want to see his face before I decide, to be honest. Just a little bit. I want to see his face first. I'll read the lines off the log. Off the log. We need him to turn around. Okay. 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 I um uh oh, but he's gonna overlap. Uh because okay, wait. Let me think. Um hmm. I kind of wish I could make him sound like Wario, to be honest. But I'm not confident in my ability to make him sound like Wario. Um, hmm. Okay, wait, let me. I'll try. I'll try to make him sound like Wario. 1 second. Uh, let me. I'm gonna mute for a moment. Um, so that I can listen to Wario noises. Sorry. This is important. The process is important. Perhaps. I'm gonna get this so like wrong, messed up. I don't know. I'm I'm trying to think, but uh okay, I guess we just gotta send it. I'm gonna regret this. Okay. It would make him I kinda just wanna do Waluigi instead. It'll be fine. I can make the other voice even more scuffed than earlier if those redheads show up. I think it would be really funny if I make him sound like Waluigi. Try to. Okay. But this text is very accented. It's gonna be so cursed. Okay. I'm struggling with this one, I'm sorry. Um uh, I'll still go for Wario. Maybe. I can't do it. I'm too scared. Okay, I just have to be no thoughts, head empty. Just okay. Hmm. Mm.
This place is full of hardened criminals.
This is not. I don't even know.
I can't remember last time a civilian was down here. And you didn't want to talk to an inmate but to me.
Maybe we can approach the vibe of Wario. I'll work on it. That character was drunk or something. I I'm struggling. I'm starting to get too warm now too. I've been wearing a big hoodie. I might have to switch what I'm wearing to something cooler. I'm starting to die. Yeah, I'm weak to warm. It's my only weakness. Being too warm. Um but this is like so sorry. Uh Barry Caden. Sorry. Um okay. Uh, ah. um Whatever. I'll just do the worst voice.
Do you ken who I am? I'm the governor, Barry Caden.
Oh, yes. It's a pleasure. I'm Leonosuke Naruto, a defense lawyer.
And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean?
Yeah, I'm a visiting student of law from Empire Japan.
Japan? Did he say Japan?
Yes?
Well, there's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should go try the prison next door, eh?
Okay, sorry. Breaking. I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. He's too tall for the screen.
I didn't like to be so direct, but I've no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious-looking Easterners. Now get hold of me here.
So as soon as he finds out we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means... I think it's because of the professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Nasoki, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated in this prison. And then after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery, behind the prison.
I might have known. You're sniffing around about that case, aren't ya? Your agents, eh? Part of the Professor's great web, no doubt.
No, not at all. We're just...
Get going with ya, before I punch your light suit.
Oh, we're going. Clearly, the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not gonna get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove to this man there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Kaden. What are you thinking, Miss Susato? I feel sure that name came up in a conversation recently somewhere. Yes, your dad, Professor Mikotaba, mentioned him. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. And come to think of it, I have the same feeling. That's Professor Mikotaba over there.
Hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked.
But where's Judge Jigoku?
Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs.
Having only just arrived in the country today. Goodness, he is full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before. About how you'd known the prison governor at Barkley?
Governor Kaden, you mean?
So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners.
Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story.
Oh, would you? That'd be wonderful if you have time now.
Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment.
Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee.
No, I have another lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know.
Oh, Sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? It's okay. Leonosuke's mind is just an open book, apparently. Yumi Kodabas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts?
Let's not fall out now. I have an idea.
Is it? What's he writing on that piece of paper?
Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune.
Ah, thank you.
Good luck then.
Okay. Back we go. If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden. I already...
What is this then? You cannot pull the wool over my eyes, you good for nothing Japanese student.
I don't think I got his voice right.
Mikodama. That. That young jock from the forensics laboratory, that's Mikodama.
Yes, exactly, him. Oh dear. Perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Eugene Mikotoba's daughter, Susato.
Jinx, you're the young man's daughter. And you did not think to mention that before.
I do apologize.
Aye, well, you'd best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And then forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits.
Is that just because of how large he is that that teacup looks absolutely tiny? He's holding it between his index finger and his thumb. And that biscuit is so small too. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now.
So then, what can I do for you, hen?
Well, we're currently investigating a case. Very trained, fine motor skills. Very true. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing.
Missing?
That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the governor of the prison.
I have not heard anything of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison.
Oh. But how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder.
Yeah, Vigil.
That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir?
I, of course.
We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison.
Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. He's a fine warder.
Sorry, did you say was?
Aye, he doesn't work here anymore. No more. He left the job.
Oh my. When was this exactly?
There's a question. When was it about? It can have been much less than 10 years ago now.
What? I forget what the toggles are. Disaster. Ignore me. Oh god. Oh no. The pieces. Wait, but... What? Wait. Wait. What? Excuse me, what do you mean? Wait, that's like impossible, right? Like... They've been married for 14 years. Her husband went missing 10 years ago. Huh? Uh, huh? So... So... Sorry, this is making me think about, like, too many different things. Like, objectively, too many different things. 10 years ago, places his disappearance in time with the professor's execution. Does that sound right? It seems like... What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago?
Aye, shall I mind it? You can I have nae heard the fella's name in all this time. That's a worry if he's gone missing now.
But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps Mr. Naruto that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here?
That's important, is it?
Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Ah. Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. Oh god, it does line up. Oh my... Wait, but... Wait, but... Okay, so... Sorry. I keep blocking my face from the camera. Bad habits. Sorry, this is like... I'm overloading my brain. Trying to figure out the hypothetical. So, Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of Chief Warder 10 years ago, you're telling us? What happened to make him leave the job?
In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. We had no choice in the matter.
You mean he was dismissed?
It was after a particular walk.
Sorry, a walk.
Aye. That's our word for it here. A walk to the gallows.
An execution?
It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions, see. Only Vigil did something unthinkable in that last walk he was manning.
What did he do?
I'm sorry, but I can't reveal that information. But I can tell you it's very rare for Chief Warder to be relieved of his post.
Why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here.
I would not care. Wouldn't I care anything about that, I'm afraid.
Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? Was he alive?
And what would that be, hen?
That last execution Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly.
I'm sorry. Really am. But I'm not at liberty to say that. To answer that.
I see. This clock is a guillotine. It's really spooky. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted.
That room, prison, the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, I need fresh corpses for forensic research. You can.
Yes, I can imagine. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable.
Father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. In the basement of St. Sinners. Still in use today.
St. Sinners? That's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. We've been there.
Cultivar and I after used to ride in the same carriage and negotiate terms.
For more fresh material, suppose?
Aye. And we used to sit in here for hours and gab about root dissection and all sorts. Ugh, it takes me back. Or a pot of tea and a plate of cuff biscuits, of course.
How charming.
He's a good fellow, your father. Reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese.
Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose?
Well, what can I tell you anything else?
Thank you so much for your time, Governor.
Oh, one moment before you're away, hon. And I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Here. Take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison.
What is it?
That's Riddle's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course.
Oh my. Are you sure?
Aye. It's no trouble at all. It's not in the original mind.
Thank you very much, Governor Caden. Oh, sorry, I'm noticing more things about this guy. His name is Barricaden, first of all. Very important. His shirt with the gray vertical stripes looks like prison bars. This pin looks like prison bars. His belt buckle looks like prison bars. He's got an axe. Very important.
Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. The case is closed.
Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found out about Mr. Vigil. What will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? Notice of dismissal, 25th of June. Chief Warder Daily Vigil relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict redacted just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Prison Governor, Barry Caden. Additional notes. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It is believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with the prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. So, the only redacted prisoner that we know of is the professor. The fact that he's not allowed to talk about it, silence speaks to it's of the professor. So, what this means is Daily Vigil was in charge of prepping the noose for the gallows. My wager is that the plan was for... I'm assuming the knot was tampered with. I don't know how... The question is, how did they get Dr. Seath? But yeah, I think the noose was tampered with so it wouldn't actually kill the professor in an attempt to help him escape. The question is, was this successful? I would like to think this would still point to the professor potentially being still alive, because that'd be really funny. Well, it'd be like awesome. Because again, I don't know how knots work, but like... The difference between the gallows being successful or not is quite small. Because if the knot doesn't actually tighten enough, then it won't fully cut off oxygen, will it? Sorry, grim topic. At least to my understanding. The 1st of November, Sholmes' suite. We're back! Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long. So I baked some scones for all of us. Oh, so that's what the delicious smell is. Why is it pastel blue now? Sholmes, with this outfit you look like cotton candy. Cotton candy colors.
Greetings, my dear fellows. You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes? Hello, Mr. Sholmes?
Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces. In any case, it turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application.
Oh my. Oh my.
Pray, tell me, what of our warder friend? Have you garnered some new information?
Oh, yes. Something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. It most certainly isn't. Still, we discovered that Sholmes. Oh, Sholmes. Drop everything, Sholmes. This is important. This is more important. Gina. I can't believe it. What's happened?
Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever.
It's the boss. What do you mean? Inspector Gregson? The boss is... He's dead. What? They just found his body. Shot with a pistol. What? But, Inspector Gregson, he was murdered? No, not Gregsy.
Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story.
Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was... He was really shot? I don't know much about what happened myself yet. I'm still there, investigating this scene.
Where did this take place?
A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. Oh no.
In the outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then.
thing is, uh, no, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case round there. Oh, how strange. The, the boss was... He was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet. One day I was gonna show him I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Ginny. So, who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already. They've caught the shooter so soon. A witness reported something going on. And the boys got straight down there and took care of him. Who? What awful person did this? I still can't believe it myself. Gina. It was the Reaper. Wait a minute. You don't mean they've arrested Lord Von Zeeks for it? That's right. That Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss. No. Lord Von Zeeks.
Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Beric Von Zeeks the police have arrested.
I saw him with my own eyes. In the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But there are witnesses. And they're all saying it was him. So you must mean there were actually multiple witnesses. They heard the gunshot, apparently. And when our lot got to the scene, there's only the boss. And that Reaper bloke in the room. But there's no way Lord Von Zeeks would have done that. Taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either.
Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I am dreadfully sorry.
What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Sorry, this is tough to act. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come along as soon as you can. You've gotta help.
It's a detective's lot to appear, wherever some sinister plot has unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves.
Mr. Sholmes.
What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson. Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations.
Of course, yes. We will too.
It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until then, until later.
Inspector Gregson dead? And Lord Von Zeke's arrested. Oh, oops. I meant to ban them, whatever. Inspector Gregson dead and Lord Von Zeke's arrested. Myrno, Susie, I've called you a handsome. It's waiting outside. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Miss Susato? Yes. First of November, the room on Fresno Street. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden, rented old room is where it happened then. So, this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes. And the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. Don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere. Oi! What do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers has gotta be taken out right out so you can look underneath them all. I want the space above the ceiling checked. And don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey, ain't you lot never gone over an house looking for dough and then the owners are out of town? Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Oh, so you turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself. Hello again, Gina. Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. You went prancing round in here, pointing at stuff and flicking that at us, and then just scarpered. Oh, He finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah. He didn't stop saying nothing to no one. Not even to me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated too? Listen, Odo. You're a lawyer, right? Yes, why? Well, you're not trying to think... You're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are ya? Oh. Poor Gina. She's never going to forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Von Zieks is really responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Otto. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina. Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. Ah. What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. They are. Look, Mr. Naruto. Quickly. Why do I feel like this woman is familiar? Wait. Evie Vigil? Of course she's familiar. We only just met her this morning. It's Mrs. Vigil. This makes no sense. Why'd there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. I'm sorry to say I have no idea either. An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? It's thick with dust, look. I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. Or nobody who lived here at all, and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. This looks like some sort of notice board or something. And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Ah, Mr. Naruto, look. This, you mean, it's an autopsy report, isn't it? And these are case notes here. And details of prison inmates. But yes, in fact, they're all the sort of documents only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah, and this one here. Oh yes, the advertisement. To the Red-Haired League. But why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. Excuse me.
Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir.
Poor man. He can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't show you things, sir. Too many tears, sir. Alright, perhaps I better leave you to your work then. Top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. Yes. There's wax spattered on the wall behind. Look. I suppose if a bullet hit it, it does seem more likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. Now that wax on the wall looks more like blood to me. Candelabrum. This is presumably the murder weapon then. Oh. Oh my. It is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruto. Fire a shot. Don't you dare put your fingerprints on that gun. No, I'm sorry the ad consumed you. No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer to just ask someone who might know, I think. Excuse me.
You're looking down at us from the great beyond, Inspector. Don't worry, we'll look after things at the yard.
The ads have unconsumed you? That's good. Somebody very haphazardly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? Couldn't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least still let in some light. You could say nothing more about it. What? Someone else is trapped in the ads? Sorry. Starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. Oh, what's this? It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way. Seeing as it's on the floor in here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's a little hard to imagine Lord Von Zieks playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. Could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence just in case. Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful after all. In a way. Ah, there are some black marks here, look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yeah, you're right. That part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around too, for fun? What's that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny though, it couldn't be a key for a door, not at this size. What's it for, I wonder? It's a... Are you sure about that being a key? It's hollow. This looks like some sort of key. Yes, it does. A very tiny and simple key. What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? What's it for? It's 8 centimeters tall. The model's not detailed enough to tell if there's spiraling on the barrel. There's a chance that this is a tiny gun. Unironically tiny gun. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh my. It is real, I suppose. I think so. I know guns are so rare. I know in Japan I know very little about them. Someone more familiar with firearms could help us out. So I suppose this is where the victim... That's right. The rope laid around the body is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away. And would probably be under Dr. Seath's scalpel by now, if not for what happened by last week. From the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. That is bizarre. Notable. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruto? You look as though you've just seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but, well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image. Especially with the blood stain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. Susato-san is so strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh, Funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is. A bright red hairpiece. And I suppose the fact that it's right next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? And in such a flame-colored red, too. Yes, it's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it? Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruto. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head, so it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind. That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think? Excuse me. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. It's what? Half a year since I got out of the clink? That's when I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead. Oh yes. Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Something like that. I think... Anyway, point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But turns out he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness. Really? They say he managed to solve some really tricky case. Just like that. He did. Yep. And ever since then, he started going out on all sorts of investigations. All sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? What was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all. And look where that landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? I heard him say as much. I'd take my hat off to that fella. Were his words? Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah. Boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke. Didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such a high regard. He said something else to me and all. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper. Because he only goes after people who are bad. It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. Was Gregson investigating the Reaper then? The real Reaper. The killer. What is this place then? Anyone live here? Apparently it's being run by some cove called Hugh Boone. Hugh Bone. Sorry. It's sort of here today, gone tomorrow name. That, isn't it? Yeah. He's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right. All lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation. But there's so little here, no one knows what to do with themselves. I do wonder. Yes, Miss Usato? Well, could it be that this Hugh Bone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself?
I had a request.
How could that be? Hydrate, posture check. I got you, 1 sec.
I had a request.
Thank you. Oh, my head doesn't like that. Okay, it's fine. I got some water. Hydration achieved. What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I'd never even considered that. Nice work, Zeus. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are. If you look around the room, you'll see there's a few things that hint at it. Should really investigate this place in detail. I see that's where the poor inspector was found. Over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall. Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles apart completely. And gun used is there on the floor. It's the Reapers in it. No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. But there's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? Bigwig lawman, is it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs long under that window there. There are some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down a yard for questioning. That's why. You're now a hater of Gina? Why? We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here. After all, they'll be getting a grilling. They'll be getting a grilling. Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? Gina's to Gina? I doubt it. Lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for. And you'll be up for a grilling and all. So we can't interview witnesses then. Shame. Wait, but if Von Zeeks is the defendant, who's the prosecutor? Double checking I got everything. This stool is broken. Is that not notable? No, whatever. Gina, what do you make of this? No, not helpful. I guess, can we go to the prison? This is gonna be weird. This is gonna be a very strange interaction. 1st of November, local prison, cell 1. There he is. Lord Von Zeeks behind bars. So it's true. He really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall reading something. I don't think he noticed us. Lord Von Zeeks. That's his opening line. Oh, that's so good.
Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be. With the last person on Earth I'd like to see.
Couldn't very well not come. We heard about what happened, and that Inspector Gregson was...
Go home. This has nothing to do with you.
But... Forgive me, Lord Von Zeeks. But I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations. Please.
There's really nothing I can tell you.
What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case?
This. The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance.
Oh, who might that be?
Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrand.
Oh, of course, yes. Keep forgetting they went to the same university.
And I would like to read my correspondence in peace. So, let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know?
Strange. I mean, let's face it. Lord Von Zieks never minces his words. But they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Von Zieks? What happened?
How much do you already know?
We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street. And that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room, and that some witnesses heard the gunshot.
Then you're well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself.
But the gunshot. Obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you?
I'm not in the habit of shooting people I work besides. I also heard the noise, however. Before I had the chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers.
So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with?
I don't need to answer that.
Oh,
After all, you're not representing me.
he's gonna need a lawyer, though. Who's gonna represent you in court then, Lord Von Zieks?
Anyone other than you, I should imagine.
Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet?
Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know.
But this is different.
In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now.
Surely not.
I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole.
But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you?
It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of the killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that.
What does he mean by that? Does he think he's gonna be executed? After the trial, Professor Harebrained was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought.
It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper.
Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad. You mean?
Yes, so it seems. Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day.
So that means the 3 people that didn't die after being acquitted when tried by Mr. Von Zieks are Gina, Soseki-san, and Harebrain, Professor Harebrain. Yes, that's quite right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So, Professor Harebrain is safely back in Germany now.
He is.
That's good news.
So, it appears our conversation has run dry.
There was a 2-second silence, that's all.
Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you.
You're the one who's detained. I was wondering, Lord Von Zieks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you.
You trust me, do you?
Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just... my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly.
It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one.
What?
Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese.
But... please.
I have no intention of engaging your services.
The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems.
I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time.
Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper. Find out more about Lord Von Zieks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. I can only move. I guess we'll pop back here in case Sholmes is here. He already left, so I doubt he's here. Let's... This seems like a reasonable move. The 1st of November, British Supreme Court. London Chief Justice Office.
You've made good time.
Took an express train back to London.
I took an express train back to London.
I can hear Lord Strongheart. Can you? Yes. Sounds as though he's talking to someone. My read is this. Yeah, it is. It is.
Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train, so I could check all the paperwork.
It's Kazuma-sama.
Ah, your timing is impeccable.
It is.
No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry.
Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Von Zeeks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson.
I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Von Zeeks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective.
Oh no. Surely not.
It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes.
So does that mean the trial is tomorrow?
Precisely. Precisely. In fact, and this is a fine opportunity for introductions.
Kazuma.
Ah, but of course. You're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asogi will be present at tomorrow's proceedings, leading the prosecution.
Wait. What? Kazuma?
As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law.
Kazuma-sama? A prosecutor?
I'm sure you can imagine tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no. People all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds.
There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. But now the Reaper himself must stand in the dock.
Quite so. The public will want answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths.
But Lord Von Zeeks firmly denies any involvement in such matters.
And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true, or it has been at least until now.
Huh.
No, tomorrow's trial. Will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history.
So, Kazuma-sama will be prosecuting tomorrow.
That's right.
But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart.
Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. I have no doubt that at all that Kazuma-sama will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain.
It was a personal request.
Alright, that's not his voice.
It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial.
You asked for this. But why?
It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers for representation.
Including mine. I am surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems quite unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact.
You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing ranks.
So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution?
Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed. After practicing law in this land for so many months.
Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Von Zieks?
That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene.
Well, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask someone higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruto. Be direct.
And certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement. Yes. Which indicates prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine.
But that also means it could be Gregson's gun. In that case, it could also have actually belonged to the victim.
No. Gregson had his gun on his person.
What about Lord Von Zieks?
He claims it's currently not in his possession.
What?
According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious.
But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that it's actually his.
No, of course not.
Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Von Zieks. The gun doesn't have a model number on it, does it? No, not that I see. So this is the type of revolver that's standard issue for all members of the judiciary, then. Oh, it should have a serial number. No, there's nothing like that on this gun. It was issued longer than... So it was issued more than 5 years ago. What does Lord Strongheart make of this? Can I show you this, Lord Strongheart? Dang. He thinks the mystery key is too uninteresting. This is so sad.
I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you. But it'll be alright now.
Has your memory completely returned?
Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do.
Right. Kazuma-sama. I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia?
It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London.
I'm so sorry for what happened.
Anyway, my memory might have returned to me. But there's something that won't return to the way it was before.
What do you mean?
I'm a prosecutor now. So I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon.
Doesn't look like we're gonna glean much more here. Well then, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart.
Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our empire's history. And there's much you could learn from the public gallery.
Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Before you go, Ryunosuke,
Oh, what is it, Kazuma?
I just wanted to thank you.
Kazuma-sama. What?
You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection.
You always were so intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you.
Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here.
Oh?
I actually have a favor to ask.
Which is?
In this trial, I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as the defense counsel.
What's all this about?
I know you have what it takes.
But Lord Von Zeeks would never put his fate in my hands.
On the contrary, he recognizes your talent.
He does.
It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this.
That's Lord Von Zeeks and Inspector... That's Lord Von Zeeks and Inspector Gregson. In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the looks of it. Third person's his brother.
It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office.
In Gregson's office, you mean?
Yes. What I'm trying to say is if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different point of view. Take it.
Gregson's photograph has been entered into the court record. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this?
Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over.
What are you doing, Kazuma? This case is so exciting. Oh, this is going to be so fantastically good. This is what I've been waiting for. This seems like the case. This seems like it. We're gonna get to the bottom of the Reaper out of necessity to prove Lord Von Zeek's innocent. 1st of November, local prison cell 1. Lord Von Zeeks is still reading that letter. You've been gone quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. He's gonna notice that.
I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese.
Oh, sorry, I didn't think you'd hear that.
I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time.
Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow.
Which is none of your business.
So, have you found a lawyer?
How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you.
In other words, no. We were just talking to Lord Strongheart. And the prosecutor for your trial has been decided.
I expect nothing less. No, I have no idea who it is.
It's going to be Kazuma Asogi.
Asogi.
That made the color drain from his face.
Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. "10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi.
Genshin Asogi. Kazuma-sama's father.
Somewhat a cruel twist of fate is this now. 10 years later. The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court.
I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you.
It's what he does. No doubt he knew the young man's identity from the outset.
But what could he have been hoping to achieve? Let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Cosmo recovered from amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that?
Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you, Nipponese.
Right, your hatred of all of us Japanese.
I had only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened. 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer.
The so-called professor.
Signed to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard.
And that was Genshi Nasogi.
Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong.
Oh, how awful.
To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented.
What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor?
The man in charge of the Professor case inquiry, Lord Mael Strongheart.
Wait, what? Lord Strongheart?
He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's been the one person to whom I felt indebted.
I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor.
Anyway, time passed. And earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? And of all the things, as a lawyer.
I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese.
I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years, that hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it.
I can understand why. Now I know the history.
But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Cosmo Asogi, I am the bane of his. The Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it out in court tomorrow. Gregson's transferred to the Paris Police Prefecture, and finally been arranged for the coming month. She'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy.
Yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean.
It's the first time I've ever encountered it.
Oh.
The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to pull that arrangement in place.
Sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at the Scotland Yard.
Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself, by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made.
What sort of approach?
After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy.
Oh my. 10 years ago. Why is that so surprising?
Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was, of course, noble. That made the idea even more unthinkable. Something Gregson dug up in his investigation made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords. And as a result, I could avenge my brother's death.
So you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life.
I don't have confidence in anyone.
Oh.
And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I've no doubt he thought of me only as the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London.
What really went on between Lord Von Zieks and Gregson, I wonder? What was the true nature of their relationship? About the gun used to shoot the inspector.
Ah, yes. That's not mine.
Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is.
What do you expect me to say to that?
Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm.
As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true.
When did you lose it then?
That I do not know.
Oh.
I was issued a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. Must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, I suppose.
You have something in common with Lord Von Zieks after all, Mr. Naruto. A talent for misplacing things. This has nothing to do with me, don't drag me into it.
Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese.
Oh dear. Thrift is very wide, isn't it? I'm supposed to hit the present button. Lord Von Zieks became by this old photograph.
Where did you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost.
Is the man on the left there?
Yes, that's my brother, Clint.
Had to be, really. Apparently this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that?
Respect? That's nonsense.
We've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gino Lestrade, no less.
Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time when things were like that. We were both brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice, and other such lofty subject matter. It was a nice glimpse of the past, I thank you.
Feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There's a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle, an insight into the true nature of this man, known to all as the Stone Cold Reaper the Bailey.
Mr. Naruto.
Oh. It's the first time he's ever actually used my name.
I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in.
What's that?
And that's what you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth.
Lord Von Zeeks. Wait, that was actually the first time we used Naruhodo's name.
From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey. Almost a year ago now. I couldn't deny it. Even though I dearly wished I could. Here's a loathsome Nipponese, who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. And there are only 2 other men I've known with the same look in their eyes. My brother Clint and Genshi Nosogi.
The man he idolized and the man who betrayed him. In the most hideous of ways.
When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me.
You mean this one?
Back then I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I looked to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe.
I'm so sorry.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me?
Of course I will. It would be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruto.
Then my life is in your hands.
Give me your case notes. You're not supposed to have those anyway. For Lord Von Zeeks. That must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow in the Old Bailey, against my old friend Kazuma. We made it through the section. I've been scammed. It was 4 hours long. I need to eat food. I'm gonna get in trouble. That's okay. But yeah, that's it. I gotta eat. thanks everyone for watching, hanging around. I hope you're enjoying this as much as I am. And um, I'm supposed to raid in 10 minutes. Hee I'm gonna be so late. I'm so sorry. Okay, but yeah, bye bye for now. I'll be back for Fruit Prog soon.